What happened to Oblivion? I lost my save file. Because Todd broke the cloud storage. I know it's probably not Todd's fault, but I don't care. Is Epic the highest? Sorry, I had to plug in my controller. I assume you probably want to play this game with controller. Salad already pinned a message, and I have no idea what setting I changed. What? Wait, what? Okay, whatever. I think it's fine. Game difficulty, expert. Hard difficulty with highly demanding combat. Alright, hell yeah. Tutorials, sure. Hey, Matriarch, thank you for the 18 months.
Toilet bitch.
This game looks like so beautiful, I will say.
Give someone flowers. You should probably do it before.
Ain is strong, beat half sword in
The flower.
2 days. Bro, I beat it in like an hour.
Ooh, dark. Sophie would approve. Hey, you said it, not me. The others are waiting for you. You're supposed to be helping with the festival.
With what? Putting up 3 tables? They'll manage.
You underestimate Lumiere's enthusiasm for the expedition. There's at least 5 tables.
This girl sound like...
Have you tried throwing with your other arm instead? If you could hit the paintress directly, that would actually be useful.
I know.
I've heard this voice. Oh, it's Shadowheart.
Enjoying the uselessness of today.
That's who it is. I was like, dude, I've also, is this guy, Gustave, he looks like that fucking actor.
That's what all the other expeditions said.
Hey, you know they gave their lives to lay the trail for us.
Robert Pattinson, yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You still got a flower to give, no?
Yes. Just... I'm not sure how to start.
It's interesting how so many...
Okay,
Okay, sorry, hold on. I'm like, let me actually pay attention.
Sun's about to set, so be direct. Hey, Soph, been a while. Could we...
There's so many of the same voice actors in games these days. Like, fucking Morgott has been in, like, the past 4 games that I've played. Which isn't a bad thing. I mean, I like the voice actors, don't get me wrong. I can jump. Holy shit. Hell yeah. Flower for Sophie. Take it? Yes. Can I sprint? Oh, I can.
All right, let's go.
Oh my god, you can sprint jump?
Are you
Holy
ready
shit.
to see her again?
This is an actual video game.
Been ready.
Dude, I can't believe in Anotria there was no sprint jump. It was so fucking... Oh my god. It was like, you're sprinting and then you jump and you just lose like 80% of your fucking momentum. It was so bad. Anotria was such a disappointment, man. I really wanted, like... I really wanted to like that game, but... And it's funny because I remember I specifically gave feedback for the game, several different things, and none of my feedback that I gave before the game came out had any impact on the release of the game. I was like, you guys should probably, you really should add like a sprint jump because it feels so fucking awkward when you're sprinting and then you jump and you lose all your speed. And I also suggested that they fix the like inventory UI because you couldn't even scroll from the top of the fucking list to the bottom. Like you had to scroll, like if you wanted to go to the bottom of the list, you had to scroll from top to bottom. You couldn't go, like, you know what I mean? You can't like go from the very top straight to the bottom. You had to scroll through the whole list. I don't know, just, and there was a few other things too, but yeah, it's true. Drove me crazy. My opinions are very important. I mean, I don't know. I thought I had good suggestions, to be honest.
Grapple shortcuts. Nice, huh? Don't tell your sister though. I sort of borrowed the hooks from the Expedition Academy. Wish I had them when I was working as a courier.
What did I think of Oblivion? I mean, I was gonna play Oblivion today, but I can grapple. But I lost my save file. Honestly, at this point, Oblivion might just be done. We might just be done with Oblivion. I don't know. We'll see.
Come on, Gustav, speed up a bit. Sophie will have already gommaged by the time you've arrived.
I lost my save file because cloud storage for the game doesn't work. I opened up my Steam. Here, I will show you guys one last time before. So this is what happened, chat. Right? So I went and I opened up the page. I was at my parents' house, right? I opened up the game. I looked at this. It said cloud status up to date. So I was like, okay, there's cloud storage for this game. It's up to date. I booted up the game, closed it several times to make sure it was synced before I went back home. And it just doesn't work. It's just broken. It just doesn't work. The cloud storage is completely broken for the remaster. So, yep. Apparently, it puts your save file in like your OneDrive or something instead of the Steam cloud. I don't know. The save is still on my PC at my parents' place, but
Can't believe Sophie already turned 33.
my parents aren't picking up the phone,
She's so much
and
younger than you.
I don't know.
She's popular. I'm sure she already has a necklace full of flowers.
I can imagine. What?
You look tense.
Yeah, yeah.
Hold on. Yes, the audio is echoing because my speaker was in a bad spot, and you could hear it through my microphone.
I know what you need. A little jewel.
No.
Come on, it'll loosen you up. You can't go and see Sophie all somber and tense. And if you win, I'll give you something you can use with your Lumina converter.
All right, you're on.
Yes!
Sure. I have no idea how battle works in this. Your character can attack, aim, use a skill, or use an item. Skills consume AP to use. Gain AP by performing a base attack or parry. Characters play turn by turn. The turn order is indicated in the timeline on the left side. Oh, okay. Cool. Deal more damage with overcharge. How do I do that? I don't know, whatever it is. Enemies usually perform one action per turn. You can defend during their attack. Okay. You can also parry, though. AP can be used to cast skills. You can have up to 6 skills equipped. Starts with 2 skills, Assault and Overcharge. You can use attacks and skills to charge up its overcharge meter and unleash a devastating blow. Okay. You need... Okay. 5 hits. So I press it during... Oh. Shares the same timing as perfect dodge, but is more difficult than regular dodge. Jesus. Parrying every hit of an enemy attack triggers a powerful counter. Oh, wow. Okay. That's pretty dank.
For those who come after.
on. Now, don't you feel better? I see your smile. All right, now, let's go find Sophie. I saw her near the red and white tree.
Yeah.
Oh, the plaza is lively. Why people like to celebrate the Gommage is still a mystery to me, but oh well.
The game is at... ELSS4 and NVIDIA app. No. What is that? Turning post-processing to low? But I already have motion blur and all these things turned off, no? DLA on the NVIDIA app? What do you mean NVIDIA app? Like GeForce Experience or something? What is NVIDIA app? Oh. It's the new GeForce. Okay. I see. Sorry, I'm an old man and I don't know all this new shit. I'm installing the NVIDIA app. I don't know, now I'm curious. Wait, so how do I... Am I gonna need to reboot the game? I don't have my latest drivers. Maybe I need them. And to update driver. I thought you guys just said not to do that. Alright, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna keep playing the game. This is fucking stupid. I'm just...
The red and white tree. I've always found it beautiful. I don't really understand. You and Sophie broke up so long ago. But clearly you never got over her. Why'd you wait until today to say something?
What's the issue? There's no
Bit
issue.
late,
There's just
isn't it?
somebody in chat who is saying that I could make the game look better by using the NVIDIA app and turning on DLSS 4, but it's honestly seems like more effort than it's worth. So I'm
Sophie's
not
down
gonna
there.
do it.
Yeah, I know.
Good luck. I'll be here for you if things don't go as planned.
Thanks.
The last few days meant everything.
Oh, are the cutscenes 30 FPS in this game? I think so.
Can we talk?
Gustav. I love you all.
That's for your, if there's room.
There's always room.
You know,
I
I'm
missed you.
sorry that... I
You
miss
don't need to... Okay,
You go.
you.
Well, this is awkward.
You know how I feel? I wish things had been... You know, I often think... Another path, you know, another future.
Still can't finish your sentences, can you?
Yep, that hasn't changed.
I missed that. I never faulted you for wanting to believe. You're fighting to change things. I understand, just... in a different world, right?
We'll break the cycle, so she can't steal anyone else's future.
You're lost on the plot. Well, the game just started, so we're
7
kind of
people
learning.
Change the world, and you are the most stubborn person I know. Thank you. Walk me to the harbor?
Yes.
Oh shit, we're playing as the girl. A normal trash can. Tried what? What are you talking about? R2 to sprint?
I can't imagine what you're going through.
It's almost like I've been sprinting already.
I'm fine.
I'm just taking
I've
my
lived
time and
33
enjoying the
good
sights.
years. Look around. We've had our whole lives to prepare. We're all fine. Mostly.
I'm not fine.
You will be.
Oh, hi, Sophie.
We are getting seamless co-op for DS2.
So Gustav really did come.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, he did.
I knew he would.
Has everybody already left?
Yeah. Everybody's heading to the harbour. Sophie.
Looks like you still have a lot of flowers left.
Well, there are less and less people to buy them. I just wish you didn't have to wear one.
Tiffany.
I should finish cleaning up here and join everyone at the harbour. See you.
See you.
Harbor. Okay. We're going to the harbor. Oh, there's an item. I wonder how much hidden loot there is in this game. Yeah, she's quick. The boulangerie. I totally said that right. I wonder what I wonder what this game is like in terms of progression. I love games where you can jump, because if you can jump, that means you could probably do more broken shit. Reuniting one last time. Boom. Oh, there's a rollout.
Hey, you! You seem like a woman with exquisite taste. I just finished my sculpture of the legendary Esquier.
The hell is that?
This may be my life's finest work, yet not a single soul seems to care. How could I make it better?
The Godskin Noble.
Perhaps you could paint it. Add some color.
Paint it? Brilliant. I knew you were the right person to ask. Thank you for your insight.
You're most welcome.
I shall get to work tomorrow. I see you're wearing flowers. What's your name?
Sophie.
Sophie. As a thank you, I shall chisel your name onto the statue.
Oh, you don't have to.
But I will.
Thanks. He really doesn't like being on screen. Well, if I get too close to him, he's like, oh, I should get out of here. Can I spam the character switch button?
My gestural costume is the best.
I don't even know how to switch characters.
Hey, madame, do you think the gesturals really exist?
Sure.
Of course they do.
That's what I think too. The others laugh, but I know they're real. One day, I will meet one, even if it means joining an expedition. I'll raise a gestural army and we'll crush the paintress. And me and my little brother will live with the gesturals and they'll be our new family. We're tired of the orphanage. If the legends are true, they really like to fight. And that's why I'm training every day by beating up my little brother.
That's... yeah. You would make a great gestural.
Thanks.
I see.
Oh, Sophie. What a lovely smell.
Lovely smell.
Thank you, Richard.
I could recognize it from miles away. It's good you're here, Sophie. I have a favor to ask of you.
Anything for my beloved sewing teacher?
We are of the same cohort. Today is my Gommage, and my son and I had a fight last night. He said he wants to join the expedition. He wants to waste the last year of his life. I didn't want that for him. I used to think it was a bad choice. Today, I
Sounds like the expedition is where you go to die or
I
something.
made a mistake. I tried to impose my views on him when he is much braver than I will ever be. So I sewed a special uniform for him. That's my last gift. Could you bring it to him?
Of course. I'll bring it to Jules.
He won't join the Gommage ceremony, but he will be at the Expedition Festival tonight for sure.
The Expedition Festival.
But you,
Don't worry. I'll ask Gustav.
Gustav, are you back together?
For this moment. Maybe.
I'm glad. He's a good person.
Yes. He is.
Thanks to both of you. And see you.
See you.
So I guess
Thanks to both of you.
See you.
So I wonder if the dialogue is character specific, or like if I had talked to that guy as the... I think it is character specific. Or I don't know. Maybe it depends. Well, because then I guess what I'm just thinking is like, there's gonna be different. You would not have said you smell good if you played Gustav. Yeah, exactly.
Hi, Gustav. You're back. Oh, did you want to pick out a different flower?
No, the one you suggested earlier was perfect.
Oh, I'm glad. These garlands are our last farewell. I want them all to feel special. I have a garland saved for you too. But it's not a farewell garland. It will be a welcome home garland. Good luck, my friend.
Thanks, Ophelia.
Good luck.
Luna's playing. You two would make a cute couple.
If you say so.
Or maybe something already happened, huh?
There's so many people here. Oh,
This lady truly is exquisite.
In love.
Not quite. I am only in love with her art. My inspiration has been quite lacking recently. Nobody buys paintings anymore. Just because she is called the paintress doesn't mean painting is evil.
Your canvas seems quite empty.
I need inspiration. But you, I can see you're in love. With this fine gentleman, I suppose.
We broke up.
That is of no consequence in the matters of love. But it is this passion I so fiercely desire in my painting. I know. How about showing
Is he
me
gonna do a
dance
painting of me?
Love and sorrow. I am also the official painter of the opera. Will you help me? If you inspire me, you may become the main painting of Lumiere's opera.
quite a long intro. Yeah, I mean, I could just skip everybody. Yeah, let's help him. Why not?
Fantastic. You may start. Here, gorgeous lady, take this paintbrush and show me your wrath.
Okay, I guess.
Come on, dodge your
Oh.
lady's beautiful moves.
Oh.
Come on, dodge your lady's beautiful moves.
It's slow-mowing.
That was splendid. One more time.
Oops.
Come on, dodge your lady's beautiful moves.
I'm trying. Well, it's not. The thing is, this isn't really a tutorial because,
One
like,
last time.
it normally doesn't slow-mo like this. 3 XP. Oh my god.
Splendid. Splendid. I was so enthralled that I completed the painting in an instant.
It's nice
Impressive.
to know something of us will remain in the world after today. Thank you.
It is I who should thank you. It was a moving dance. I will propose it for the new opera painting we have to do this year.
I feel it wasn't that impressive, but okay.
Love will always be
Go
impressive.
forth.
Hey, Discal, thank you for the 14 months, man.
As a gesture of appreciation. I see your not boyfriend is an expeditioner. It may prove useful.
Recoat.
You really think you're doing something, eh? Out there?
Maxine, you're drunk.
None of you ever come back. You go and you take our resources and you waste it all on a fucked up hero.
Hey, New
and
Mavar, thank you for the 29
fantasy.
months.
And still, she kills us.
She.
Where's your daughter?
Where do you think? Mourning her mother on the anniversary of her death. Of all their deaths.
Then maybe you should be with her.
I can't look at her. She's just another reminder that nothing we do matters. Nothing. We hope and we persevere and still they die. They all die and we can't stop it. We can't save them. We bring another generation into this world just so they can watch us die before they're even old enough to understand why.
That's why we're going. We can save them. With our Lumina tech. The paintress.
The paintress? What? What's a scrawny shit like you gonna do to the paintress, eh? We're already dead. You're just
I'm gonna
catching up.
fucking kill the paintress. I don't even know who she is,
Maxine.
but my Lumina tech is
Bon
a killer,
voyage.
I guess. I already figured out the story. Back it up. Frickin' walls.
Sometimes I feel sorry for her.
Who? The paintress?
Look at her. She looks sad. Maybe she's a prisoner too. Stuck in the same cycle with us. Silly, huh?
Only you could choose empathy at a moment like this.
It's one of the few choices I can make.
I couldn't do it.
It's okay. You don't have to.
You'd have to be crazy to use pictos on your own body.
Why? Aren't you enjoying the show?
Nah, the show's great, but etching chroma onto your skin, oh, that's brutal. And just for a dance. I'll stick to painting pictos on my machines. I'm not cuckoo enough to put them on my body.
Could be useful though. The expeditions rely on them quite heavily.
Yeah, they're crazy too. But at least you can remove pictos pretty easily if you change your mind.
I totally know what you're talking about, man. What the fuck is that?
Hello? Gustav, help!
So I start with 4 AP. Oops. Oh, that wasn't very good. The thing is, you need 4 AP to overcharge. Holy shit. Yo, this mime is fucking cracked. What the fuck?
Let's leave it alone, Gustav. It's dangerous. Gustav, help!
I tried to parry him, but... Yeah, the thing is, he has the wall. So wait, does this count as like... Oh, that uses my AP? Okay, the parry timing is kind of weird. Healing tint. 5 an ally. Okay, I don't know, because it felt like when I hit one parry there, and it felt like I did it really early.
Gustav, help!
Okay, I will try to do it as late as possible. shit.
For those who come up.
Ah, now we're doing freaking damage. Bye.
That was close. Thanks, Gustav. Did someone build this? There's something on its body.
Oh. Wait, did I get a music disc? Can I, like, look at my... I imagine there's probably, like, an inventory. I just don't think I can open it yet. The paintress will soon wake. I gotta say, the story for this is pretty intriguing so far. Did I speak to the glowing trash can? No.
I love you guys. Remember what Bo used to say. You're living for the rest of us.
Fuck the Patriots! Fuck the Patriots! Fuck the Patriots!
See, the thing is, like, that guy's already backseating, and it's making me wonder if I missed something. For all I know, it could be ahead of me now, but god damn it, dude, just fucking back. I hate backseaters so much. Fuck's sakes.
I'll see you soon enough.
Stranger, thank you.
I was talking to Larksa chat.
Please, don't forget me.
I was used.
I've always loved the harbor.
Okay, I'm gonna grab a drink. And then we'll go to the harbor, I guess. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. What is this clip? Wait, what the fuck?
I see you're apprentices.
Thank you.
Gustav!
What?
Here, Sophie asked us to bring you your coat.
We sewed up the sleeves.
I find it funny that I was trying to look up her skirt before, and she just did it
Sophie
while I
helped
was
us.
AFK.
Turns out it's not that hard. You really should have done this ages ago.
You did this.
Gentlemen, that was supposed to be between us, yeah?
Why did you admit it? Listen, dude.
Wanted to do something.
Everybody's guilty of it at some point, I'm sure.
Soph. Thanks, guys. This is great. Thank you.
See you at the festival?
Don't leave without saying goodbye.
Yeah, of course not. What? I know that face.
You mean a lot to them. I can tell.
Yeah, they mean a lot to me too. Legacy can take many forms, right?
Yeah.
You told me that.
Right.
Why?
I wanted to see you wearing it.
Oh, you like uniforms now?
This too is your legacy.
In a way. It's yours too.
Esti tornere marina, esti l'inaki soledad, tona l'ora tovla, alina. Esta surano taki le renoir tonare fuego verso Alina
Oh shit. Is that the paintress waking up? The fuck? Again, Thanos snapped? This is so weird. It seems like it's only...
I'm here.
So the thing is, like, well, I don't know. We'll learn. I assume that I assume it's like age, but that girl didn't look like she was 33. I don't know though. I guess she was. She was 34. Okay, yeah. Well, yeah. So, like, the age went down, obviously, but...
You can't hide from us, you know. Like I said, mourning's best done with friends.
Lucien,
What? It is. Grieving alone's the worst.
where's mine?
Santé, les amis.
Santé.
Yeah, no, I could use a drink.
Five tables this year. You see that? Told you we'd beat the 34s.
Very good. Very good.
Even my Elle showed up and she hates these things. Wanna go take a look?
I don't... maybe later. I'll catch up. I'm okay. I'm okay. You go.
Yeah. Time for a refill anyway.
There's an excess of wine, again. Thank you, sister, for her generosity.
Oh, and try to enjoy yourself. Don't drink alone, you weirdo.
Yeah, right. Enjoy myself.
Festival token.
Let's at least check on my Elle and my apprentices.
Hey, Gustav. Check out the new pictos I made.
Looks a bit rough. Sure it works?
I've been working on this for months. It's my personal masterpiece.
Your personal masterpiece seems a little... unorthodox?
It's dead useful, trust me. Come on, give it a whirl.
Sure, why not?
Great. I'll trade it for one token.
Not a chance.
Your loss.
I need more tokens. Can I do something to get more tokens?
Hey, Amandine. Having fun?
Oh, hey, handsome. Perfect timing. I'm styling everyone before we ship out. Gotta look sharp when we hit the paintress, eh?
Certainly important. Can you style me up too?
On it. Just bring me a token first.
I kind of want to get styled up though.
All right, let's see what you've got.
Looking very fine.
I was thinking maybe like not my hair, but like
Gorgeous head of hair.
accessories.
Voila.
Can't even change it back.
Voila. Looking.
All right, well.
Hello there, Gustave. Perhaps one of these artifacts may prove useful to your mission.
Colette, you've been holding out on us. What are these?
Relics from before the fracture, passed down through the generations. The council deemed them trinkets, but I think otherwise.
That's kind of you to share.
I may not be able to join the expedition, but I'd still like to help. One token is all I ask.
Ah.
You can change your back in the inventory menu. Oh, you can actually open the inventory menu. Pictos, skills, Lumina.
These all yours?
You gonna lecture me on drinking?
I wouldn't dare. Just calculating how much it'll hurt to catch up.
You can start now. Here, let's have a toast to Sophie, who was always unapologetically Sophie, my fierce and loving friend.
God, I'm like, I want to say things, but I'm just afraid people are gonna backseat because people just cannot handle themselves.
It's gonna hurt tomorrow.
Tomorrow comes, but it ain't here yet. I'm not crossing the sea sober.
Sober's better than deathly hungover.
No, not for that.
Ah.
Go have some drinks.
No, it's not about the tokens. I have thoughts about the overarching story, but I'm afraid of talking about it because people might just be like, "Oh yeah, it works like this." It's like, okay, I want to know that.
Gustav, just the man I wanted to see.
You want a rematch, don't you?
Well, it's my last chance, isn't it?
After tomorrow, you'll be the undisputed expert on expedition history.
That's tomorrow. What about today?
Who am I to deny you? Fire away.
How many years ago was the fracture?
You're kidding. This is your question.
Yes. When did our world break apart and our luminous city get thrown into the middle of the ocean? When was the fracture?
Oh. 33.
33 years ago.
Really, Gustav? I gave you such an easy...
I guess it was 67.
Yes.
67 years ago.
Brilliant. I concede. You are the undisputed expert on Lumiere and history.
What are you talking about? Every child knows this. The monolith's essentially a reverse calendar, counting down since the fracture happened in...
Okay, so people were allowed to be 100 years old, and I guess every year it's gone down.
All right, fine. Another one then. Which was the first expedition to depart for the continent?
100?
Expedition 100.
Are you even
Oh.
Which was the first...
Okay. Right, okay, you know what, then no, that makes... That makes
Expedition
sense.
99.
Are you even trying? It's barely a trick question. One more time. Which
Wait,
was
what?
The first...
Oh. Oh, I'm stupid.
Expedition 0.
Correct. That still annoys me. They left in year 100. They should be called Expedition 100. Makes no sense. Lumiere will be long gone before the monolith hits 0.
Well...
All right, last one. Get it right, and maybe I'll give you a token.
Do they...
What is a Lumina?
Unique brand of perfume. I think it's this one.
Abilities you internalize by using a picto.
This one actually has description.
Well done, well done.
Not really. I mean, I created the Lumina converter, so...
I hereby officially end our feud. With your departure, Lumiere loses a brilliant light.
The thing is, if the year 100 expedition was called Expedition 0, then... Well, maybe I'm just confused by the timeline, but maybe that means that they don't do an expedition every year then, but every 2 years, I guess?
Softy.
All right, here's a token. Go and spend it on something.
Bothered him, they named it that because I mean, yeah, I mean, I know he said that, but...
Glass of wine? Or a hug?
Oh, wait, okay, I see.
Keep your sweat to yourself.
Bring Gustav a glass of wine.
Who exactly are you talking to? They cut service from the budget years ago.
So it started at 0 and then went to 99 after. Yeah, that's so fucking dumb.
The ultimate indignity. A farewell party where we serve ourselves. There's a metaphor in there somewhere.
I'm betting you've got another bottle stashed in your coat somewhere. You gonna share?
You wound me. But yes, in fact, I do have a bottle. Always be prepared. Or was it always bring backup? Same difference.
Right.
And I am prepared. Prepared to live. And prepared to die.
You're such an idiot.
No, the expedition didn't go from 0 to 1, because that, I mean, that wouldn't make sense.
We've got your Lumina converter, yeah? I believe. I'm ready for my Lumina.
Yeah, well, we've only tested it here. Who knows what we'll meet on the main continent? We'll need more field testing once we land.
Don't worry, buddy. I've got you covered.
Great. Thanks, buddy.
There's so many people to talk to, holy shit.
Come, let's play some cards.
No way.
We need to get the tokens, though.
That's just what sore losers say. Come now. You're going to be a little cautious mouse with the painteress too.
Cautious is good. Keeps you alive.
We're expeditioners. Stay smart, yes, but be bold, huh? You can't win if you don't play.
Money's no good out there anyway. Why are you trying to fleece me?
'Cause winning's fun.
It's an interesting concept, though. So basically, everybody fucking dies. So because they're gonna, I guess, like a year before they die, or well, okay, wait. Why was his girlfriend not in the previous expedition then? Unless.
Wow, so many expeditioners. So cool.
Did they talk about that? Did I miss that? It's optional. Oh, you don't have. Oh, it's voluntary. Okay. Well, you guys didn't need to tell me that. I didn't know that. But I mean, I guess that it's not really a big deal. maybe they already mentioned that it's voluntary. I don't know. I tend to miss stuff.
That's... You made that overnight? Dad. Damn. Now I feel stupid for fighting with him. Oh, Dad. You take it.
What?
Why would non-combatants go there? Well, you're gonna die anyways, I guess. I mean, what are these we don't even... Do these guys even know what the expeditions are like?
I'm not sure I'll ever use it.
Because, I mean, it
Maybe
doesn't
I'll
seem
go
like
blind
people
by
come
my
back from the
or
expeditions.
Maybe another expedition
So how are
will
they gonna
succeed.
know?
I want to support the expedition now. Take it. It may be useful to you.
I am playing the game. I'm just talking out loud. I'm thinking... What? Fuck you, you fucking piece... You... Some of you in chat fucking piss me off.
It's okay. I don't need the uniform to know.
Am I
you're
not
there
allowed to
with me.
think? Should I just fucking just spam A and just not even think about anything? Think about the story that's being presented to me?
You came.
I wasn't sure if I should.
You've been avoiding us. You didn't have to.
I heard Seba filled my spot after I left.
Yeah.
Do you think I'm a coward for staying?
Do you?
Not anymore. Not all of us can change the world. Some of us can only change ourselves.
Meaning what? Make yourself accept the unacceptable? Make believe that happiness is... this?
More like... rediscover. Happiness. One Gommage left. Maybe contentment is the highest form of happiness.
It makes me sad to hear you talk like this. The painter stole so many things, including your capacity to dream.
No, you misunderstand. My mind is where I can be free. She can't touch me there. This is my final act of defiance. Just like the expedition is yours.
If you say so.
Nice.
I can't
Hello.
believe you're working right now.
Tristan dragged me here.
Is that the final spot? It's amazing you triangulated Expedition Zero's landing site.
Theoretically. Extrapolated from the archives, but... it was 67 years ago. So much of the landscape has changed.
I trust your calculations.
Thanks.
It's a good strategy for tracing their steps. They're the only expedition with any survivors,
Oh.
and they made it to the monolith, so...
They actually survived? Or... Wait, what? I guess, well, they're dead now, obviously, but...
Assuming the records are correct, my calculations are correct, that they left clear markers, that road conditions haven't changed, that...
You need a drink.
Go away, Gustav.
You need a drink.
Go away, Gustav.
Can I gesture?
Do you think I'm a coward for staying?
I just finished calibrating the Lumina converter. We can launch test runs as soon as we land.
Perfect.
Hey, does Lune seem preoccupied to you? She's been distant lately.
Well, it's Lune.
This feels different.
I haven't noticed anything, but you know her better. Have you talked to her?
No, she doesn't like people prying. I've known her since we were 6. She hates personal questions.
Ah, right. You were both apprenticed to her parents.
Yeah. Let's just say they ran a tight ship.
I can imagine.
Ready for tomorrow?
Yeah. Been ready. What about you? Heard you were elected Commander 32. Congrats.
I've already claimed the Line's office. It's got a nice view.
Hey, Reversmore, thank you for the sub.
A view of the Paintress. You're sicker than I thought.
She won't be there for long.
If we fail, though.
When one falls, we continue. We'll pick up and we'll push on. But I know we will meet again.
Well, we're not gonna fail because we're the main character.
Gustav, we got something for you.
You guys got a token for me? Oh, a book.
For your field notes. So, when you come back, you can tell us everything.
They'll definitely want that for the museum.
We should,
The
yo.
expedition that destroyed the painters.
Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Rivers more. Thank you.
Oh, and if you find journals from the other expeditions, make sure you save them for us.
I shall faithfully record all our adventures, every strange and wondrous thing.
I've got my diary now.
I can do that. And in return, do you solemnly promise to take care of the shield dome while I'm gone? I'm entrusting you with the safety of Lumiere.
I promise.
Promise.
Adrien,
I'll use everything you taught us, Monsieur G.
I should check on my own. She's probably alone, as usual.
Can I get her a drink, maybe?
Oh. I think there's other survivors out there.
Doubtful. We would have seen signs.
But that's impossible. Maybe if they have shield domes. But they would have been overrun by Nevrons before they could build any.
We were lucky the fracture dropped us out here. Brought us time to get
Hey,
up the fence.
Hustendal. Thank you for the gifted sub.
I don't know. People are resourceful, and Nevrons can't be everywhere. I'm betting on human ingenuity.
I like that.
I don't know, the story for this game is very interesting so far. I don't mind all the talking.
Gustav, saw you with Sophie. We talked.
Yeah, yeah. Where's your daughter?
Leona's upset. Doesn't want to see me.
Shit.
It's okay. She doesn't need to understand, as long as she gets to live.
Yeah.
I'm counting on you.
No pressure, huh?
Oh no. Lots of pressure. You and Lune and your Lumina tech, that's our edge.
Thanks, but that's not. Everyone has a role. Lucien, Tristan, Catherine, and you made us into a... We have a really good team, thanks to you. That's our edge.
Tomorrow comes, my friend.
Doesn't it always?
Come, let's play some cards. Come, let's play some cards.
How?
Come, let's play some cards.
Gustav! Come drink with me.
I'm pacing myself tonight.
It's so boring. It's our last night. Who knows when we'll be back?
I like that you say when and not if.
What can I say? I'm an optimist. Or an idiot. Depends on who you ask.
Who's down there?
Welcome back.
I have one token.
I need to think about it.
I wonder if the third token is just like an item I can pick up somewhere. Maybe, is there like a hidden token back here?
I'll use it.
When one falls.
I feel like I talked to everybody.
I just finished
You need a drink.
Go away.
Do you think I'm a...
I don't know. People are resourceful.
I like that.
Come, let's play.
Tomorrow comes.
Doesn't it always?
Don't worry, buddy.
Great. Hey.
Hey yourself. You okay?
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Actually, no.
That's okay.
What about you? You say goodbye to Derek?
Oh, that was over ages ago.
Oh, sorry.
Eh,
I really thought you guys would work out.
it's for the best. I need full focus on the expedition and our team. We're all we have.
Yeah. We're all we have. Hey.
Hey, yourself.
Go have some drinks.
I can't.
Gustav!
Maybe you'll win and I won't need it back.
Maybe she has a token for me.
Having second thoughts about the expedition?
Please. I'm more ready to go than you are.
Yeah, I know. Look, I know we've been over this, but as your guardian, I need to say this one more time. The rest of us only have a year left, but you've got 9 good years before your Gommage. You don't need to leave yet. It's a lot to risk.
1 year out there is better than 9 years in here.
Is it so bad here?
I know you think that.
If anyone should stay, it's you. You have friends and family who want you here.
So do you.
No, I don't.
Emma thinks of you as family.
Lumiere's not my home. Not the way it is for you. Besides, this way I can keep an eye on you for Emma.
Right. Because she needs eyes everywhere.
Shush. You're lucky you have a sister who cares.
She has 9 years, so what? She's... Oh wait, 16?
Doubly lucky, since now I have 2.
All right, enough chit-chat. Come on, old man, let's have a duel.
Oh man.
You're pretty much the oldest man in Lumiere now, no? Come on. This time, I'm not messing around.
She'd look pretty young though. Okay, let's do it.
No shame losing
Oh, she
to
just
a
does one
superior
attack.
fighter.
Okay, that's pretty slow. Oh wow, this is going
Your
great.
Lumina converter works better than your duel.
It's fine. I have my RTSR on. It's all good. I tried to perfect parry. That was still too early. Well, that's awkward.
Too slow, old man.
Now, don't get too confident.
Wait, what the hell? What about my tokens?
Ah, Emma's here. Your sister's going to be looking for you.
Our beloved chief counselor. Yeah, I should go talk to her.
Don't get too drunk tonight, okay?
My darling sister has arrived. She'll kill me if I don't say goodbye.
Yes!
Boom! that
Your
wasn't very
Lumina
good.
converter works better than your dueling.
For those who come after.
Holy. Oh my god, I'm so bad. They hit so late.
Too slow, old man.
Now, don't get...
Too early.
Yes.
I got
Your
one.
Lumina converter works better than your dueling.
Fucking timing on that is tough, man.
For those who come after.
I almost got all of them. Gonna do the slow attack. Oh, and I was too early. Are
No
you?
shame losing to a superior fighter.
Oh, she's gonna fucking kill me again, guys. I should have just done the overcharge. Oh no, I threw. Well, I guess we'll just dodge. That's fine. It's a lot easier to dodge.
Not bad for the oldest man in Lumiere, eh?
Congratulations, you beat a teenager. Take this token as your well-deserved
Ah, haha. Thank you.
Aha! Back for my Picto's masterpiece, eh? Still gonna cost you a token, though. You're a resourceful man. They're a...
Call it morbid curiosity. Here, your token.
You won't regret it. Probably.
It's unusable, it said. If you're winning 4 battles with a Pictos equipped, it will be mastered. Every Pictos has a unique effect called Lumina. After mastering it, it will be possible to activate its Lumina without having it equipped. Okay, I can only have 1 Lumina, but... And apparently... Yeah, so it said the Pictos I unlocked is, like, unusable at the moment.
Welcome back. You're here for the
Yeah, give me the
artifact.
jar.
Yes, I'm curious. Here's a token.
Take good care of it. Godspeed.
Old key for an old door. The hell?
The Chief Counselor honors us with her presence. What? Still mad I'm going?
This is the definition of a fool's quest. My brother's not usually a fool.
I've heard you say otherwise.
You and I both know the political complexities that necessitate the expedition. It's vital for morale, but it's a bloodless guillotine is what it is.
This game's really cool though so far. I'm digging it.
You should put that in your speech. Very motivating. They might just find a guillotine for you too.
Look at that guy in the back just staring.
There are so many things you can contribute to here in Lumiere that'll have a real impact.
You're doing great work.
Oh shit, yo, Brazo, thank you so much for the tier 3 11 months as well. But I'm sorry I didn't see that before.
And win us a chance to live.
And Phoenix, thank you for the 39 months.
We're never going to see each other again.
You're so busy anyway. I barely see you.
Just take care of Mayel, okay? Can't believe you're letting her go with you.
Me? You're her guardian too. You stop her.
We're her guardians, not her jailers. She really wants off this island.
Don't you have a speech to give?
You mean the one you so kindly wrote for me?
Just suggestions. I thought it might help you understand.
I do. Understand?
You haven't even started the game yet? I mean, I don't know. Like, I think I have a somewhat of an understanding of how I mean, I'm interested in the story, and the combat seems cool.
Anyway,
so,
yeah, time
that's
for my
why I
speech.
like it so far. All right, hold on. Let's look around a little bit.
My
Can't
darling
go.
sister has arrived. She'll kill me if I don't say goodbye.
I think we did everything here. I don't think I can use the old door key yet. It's probably for something later.
Holy shit, this is so hot.
You can't have an opinion yet. All right.
Expeditioners.
It's just nice to see like a
Sword of
pretty
Lumiere.
unique story for a change in the
We
pile
honor your
of
dedication.
generic fucking bullshit that we get these days.
We do not take for granted that you dedicate your final year of life to keeping hope alive for all of Lumiere. Some of you are leaving to change the world. Others to discover the secrets of our universe. Some to protect loved ones. Others to find meaning in our all too short lives. As you sail into the unknown, know that Lumiere stands with you. When you battle the Paintress, know that Lumiere fights with you. Let the stones of her monolith crumble. Let her body lie at the end of the world. Unable to paint another death, let the stars no longer be hidden by her oppressive silhouette. Let the world once again watch the sun rise without the shadow of her cursed figure. May the wind of renewal take you to the ends of the earth. Tomorrow comes.
Off we go.
Thanks to you. Expedition 33.
There's an eclipse. fuck?
Get ready. You're old. How did you survive the Gommage? Which expedition are you from?
Fall back!
Come on, we need to go!
Man, what the fuck is going on?
He's not following. Putain! What the fuck? Who the fuck was that?
Merde! What do we do now?
Regroup at the rally point. The Indigo Tree.
This place seems pretty fucked up. Oh shit.
Keep going! Come on! Move! Fucking snap out!
You know, it's funny, this is kind of actually like the... Oh, Jesus. It actually is kind of like the Griffith Blood Moon scene in Berserk a little bit. The Eclipse, yeah. Not even close. Well, I just more so mean everybody dying and to a variety of what looks like evil creatures. I mean, there was an actual eclipse going on there too. That's like the first, like, framed shot of the scene. That was a cool intro though. The Spring Meadows. So pretty. Can we wash ourselves? Oh, there's an item back here. Don't know if it's my kind of game. Okay. Chroma Elixir. Expedition status shows the name of the current area, the expedition's current objective, bindings for exploration. Replenish at expedition flags. I think what makes me interested in this game is the fact that you still, like, even though it's a turn-based game, you still have to parry and dodge enemies, which makes it way more interactive, in my opinion. Oops. This game is really easy. Preempt shots are a good way to hit flying enemies as well as target an enemy's weak point. Yeah, I'm sure that guy in chat who's like saying it's really easy is playing on like normal. Maybe he's playing on the hardest difficulty. Maybe it is very easy. Okay, is the weak point the head? Oh, wow. Oh, it's gone now. Hmm. You do pretty good damage, actually. Oh my god. The parry timing is so difficult, though. The dodging is... Oh, I can grapple back down, I guess. Not sure why I would want to. Unless I missed something. Well, yeah, I mean, I do prefer this game to Oblivion because this is actually a new game and not just... I mean, I've played Oblivion quite a bit. I never actually beat the main story in Oblivion when I played it before, but... Thing is, I have no... Oh, is this the expedition flag? I don't think so. Are these expedition members? What? There's no numbers. I wonder what year they're from. MC is so silent. Yeah, you're right. I wish he was like, oh my god, my brethren, and he's just yapping the whole time. Like, oh, you should, oh, I think I see something over there. Oh, that's so sad. So that just happened. Oh my god. I love it when then the fucking player character talks. It's so good. Dude, it's so dark. What the hell? Honestly, I prefer like a kind of a quiet character. I mean, there's still dialogue and cutscenes, but the constant dialogue during gameplay gets like so obnoxious. Oh, so I guess... Oh no. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Is the environment just like sucking their blood? It's fine. He's not gonna do it.
You do that, we both die. Hey. Fucking hell. Wake up, Gustave.
Renee. The others.
I know. We're the only ones left. You don't get to die.
It's just a matter of time before we're already dead. Look around, look.
This is not a foregone conclusion. When one falls, we continue.
That's pretty
Get
fucked up, though.
We need to find a safer place. There are Nevrons around.
All alone.
This is not the place.
I'm really curious who that old guy with like the fucking extendo saw blade cane was.
The Lumina converter seems intact. It's about time we test it in real conditions.
Puta.
Alright. Wait, he has a weak spot. Nice. Ooh, what does she have? She generates elemental stains. Her skills consume stains to enhance their effects. There's 5 types: ice, fire, lightning, earth, and light. Light can be consumed in place of any other stain. Cycle between the different elements to get the most out of her skills. Some skills can consume to become more powerful. So light counts for anything. So light, okay. I imagine light isn't as easy to apply then. Starting skills are Ice Lance and Immolation. Wait, Ice Lance is an ice skill that generates 1 ice stain and 1 light stain. Okay.
Ice shatter.
Courtier is weak to ice and took 50% more damage. Most enemies have elemental affinities. Weakness 50. Okay, so it's 50% weak or resistant. Nullify takes no damage. Absorb is healed instead of taking damage. Find enemies' affinities and exploit them to optimize the damage you deal. Wait, so some enemies are either some enemies can be completely immune to elemental, or they even get healed, which is even worse, I guess. Slow is a debuff that reduces the speed of the character. Oh, you could do an expedition counter. Oh, damn. Oh, we both counterattack them? That's pretty dank. Okay. I wonder if my overcharge will do enough damage just to kill him. I only have 3. I'm curious how much it's gonna do, though.
This was weak.
Let me flow.
Not bad. Immolation will consume it to deal more damage. Light stains will be consumed if no corresponding elemental. Okay, so it prioritizes the element first, and then it uses the light one.
Feel the burn.
Burn is a status effect that deals damage at the beginning of the character's turn. Possible to be affected by multiple instances of burn, which increases the damage received. Okay, so it can stack. I see. Dodger. Gain 1 AP on perfect dodge. Oh.
We did it, Gustav. Let's see if your invention lives up to its reputation, shall we?
That also counts for parries. Okay, I was wondering, because I would prefer... I feel like parrying is more satisfying than dodging, but... I don't know, we'll see, I guess.
We're not dead yet.
Parrying seems a lot harder.
Come on. There might be other survivors at the Indigo Tree.
So, okay. I lied on my title, no. Yeah, that girl should have stayed on the island, man. How the hell did you say her name again? Oh, there were so many names. No, it doesn't matter. She's dead anyways. That's not her? Wait, was that not? Maybe she's still alive then. I thought she... I don't know. Okay. I'm just blind. Can we swim? Oh, no. The water looks pretty nice, though. Although I'm not sure about the direction of this water. The current is going into the rock. Don't look in the sky. What's wrong with the sky? The water looks nice. During your journey, you will find the flags. They allow you to heal, recharge your items, learn new skills, and allocate attribute points. Okay. Let's rest, which will heal me. We have 3 attribute points. Okay, so we can get... Oh, you can put all your points in at once. 2 damage. 10 speed, 3 defense, 9 defense, 1% crit, luck. Oh, maybe we go for the luck build. Luck gives you speed and crit chance. Defense also gives crit chance, though. Is my weapon skill outfit? My damage doesn't go up, but I see that there's like the C and the dagger there. Not sure. Also, the first 2 levels give 6, it's 6, 5, and then 10 for the health. Just interesting. 3, 3, 4. So like the third level of defense. 3, 4, and then 2. Huh. Yeah, it's clearly not linear, which is just interesting, I guess. Oh right, you can level up the other character too. Well, it's not really a big deal right now. So what is this? Overcharge. I can't. Oh, I have no skill points. Okay. Oh, they both have level ups. Oh, okay. Can I learn skills for her? No. Okay, cool. I wanted to see if you could use it midair. You cannot use it midair. Oh, Jesus. You're fucking dead, bozo. Oh, okay.
Foam is flowing.
Eyes shut.
Wow. What, I'm level 2 now? So, oh wait, I got a new weapon. Lance ram. Wait, I think my game froze. The fuck? I can't. I have to like force close it with Task Manager as well. It's like stuck completely. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Do I still have my weapon? My Lance Ram. Yeah, I don't know. Weird. All right. I don't know. I mean, the game, it seems like the game saves often at least, so that's nice. Okay, I'm curious if that enemy respawns. I assume he probably does, but I want to learn a skill anyways, since we both unlocked a new skill now. Heal the ally. Heal targeted ally consumes So do you need the stains then to actually have the spell? Oh, no. Okay, so if you consume 2 of those, then it uses no AP. Okay, I see. Alright. Deals low earth damage, consumes... Is that fire? There's... Oh, yeah. Okay, I see the color here. Right. In the top right of the... Okay. Well, we can try Thunderfall plus the fire, I guess. Oh, this is like an AoE. It deals damage to random enemies. Okay, you can give damage to your allies. Applies mark. What is mark? Well, I only have 1 ally. I guess I'll get the marking shot. Oh, it's already equipped. Okay. Okay, Hold on. Is there like an aiming sensitivity? The aiming feels like really weird. It's like too fast. It's like it's twice the speed of the normal camera movement. But you can't adjust the... Doesn't look like you can actually adjust the aiming sensitivity. I'm not gonna like switch to my mouse. I don't know, it's whatever, I guess. Wait, what? Like, it is like, it's not possible to micro adjust. Go to controls. Why do you play on controller? Because the game is meant for controller. Anyways, I don't think this really matters that much. Also flee.
Chrome is flowing.
Oh, you need 5 AP.
Feel the burn.
Burn seems pretty strong. You get a lot of XP from these enemies. Like, I'm almost level 3 already. I guess you can get pretty high level in this game then. Quite fast.
Nice.
Not sure what I use Chroma for, but I'm sure I'll find out.
This will be useful.
Good chance I'm burning enemies. Am I sick? I'm sick of chatters like you. PS2 changed him.
Feel the burn.
These attacks are pretty easy to parry. Oh, so you get wait, plus 20% no damage. So I get 20% extra XP? I guess? If I don't get hit. Wait, did I come from...
Interesting.
Yes, we're doing doing a no-hit run.
A house?
Looks abandoned. The indigo tree is not too far from here. If anyone else made it, they'll regroup there.
Yeah.
Oh? Rope. What the hell's going on in this house? Why is it like upside down?
Here we are, huh?
Yeah. The continent. The indigo tree's over there.
Purple.
Nice.
Energy. Oh, that's an item. That's like an item you can use, I think.
We can use that.
Oh, there's a flag here. So I need 2 skill points for this one, I guess. So this heals yourself if they're burning. Or actually, no, wait. Is it 2 skill points? Because then that means this one needs 10, which that seems like a lot. But I thought maybe it's your character level, but it couldn't be that because I would be able to get it then. So I guess you do just need a lot of skill points. Oh, right. Yeah, just a little bit of HP.
An advantage.
Well, my character doesn't say anything, but she's gonna say something now when I pick up shit. MC also said something. Maybe you're right. I'm excited for like boss fights in this game. All these enemies just die so fast.
Feel the burn.
Can be used to upgrade weapons to level 3 at a camp. Okay, wait. So now I have Dodger, which did it auto equip it? Each Lumina costs a specific amount of points to activate. The more points the character has, the more Lumina they can activate at the same time. You get 1 point per level, and more could be found by exploring. Okay, wait, I'm confused. How do I turn it off? I mean, I don't want it. I guess I can't turn this off. Because the Picto is equipped. Oh. That makes sense. I see. Right, you can't stack them, I guess. You can only have one. Oh wait, so Lumina's can be activated on both characters. Okay. That seems pretty good. Wait, so she also unlocked critical burn then. So oh wait, no, she didn't. Oh no, you could see it's halfway, right? Okay. Pictos gives stats. You know, you guys could just let me just figure things out on my own. Like it's okay. But yeah, you're right. It does have 8 speed and 6% crit. I wonder if there's like offensive items. I don't know. Maybe. well, let's see. I wonder how much... Oh, the damage received by the character by 50%. Okay. I mean, that's... It's not bad.
Ice. Shatter.
Wow. Well, I tried to parry, but it didn't work.
Interesting.
Okay, so that's the exploration stuff with the Lumina. Yo, what's up, Trey? Yeah, this game's really cool. There's also another path up. Wait, can I jump this? No.
We can use that.
Wait, I went over this way, right? I guess I just missed that one item. Yeah. All right. Oh.
Get ready.
Jesus. Well, that's going great. Shooting is more effective, okay. This is not looking good for us, chat. Wonder what these guys are weak to. Oh, that's how I do the other.
Ready to evade.
Jesus.
I'm ready. Let us stay. Ready to evade.
I probably should have healed. Oh. Okay.
Something's disrupting the chroma around here. Be careful.
You're scaring me, lady. I just want a checkpoint. Well. Well, this girl like flies. That's sick.
Well, that will help.
I want to fight that guy back there, but... I don't want to go too far away.
Someone came here before and set up these handholds.
Probably Expedition 69. The Climbers Expedition.
69.
I just thank them for that.
I don't know. I mean, I guess we'll just go back and rest. Or maybe we just try to fight the guy. Like, we're at 1 health. Will the game... When did the game save? I guess after I fought that last guy? Can I heal out of combat? Don't think so. Well, if I have a potion, but I don't. And quick save if you switch weapons. Why are you saying that switching? Are you saying switching weapons saves the game because of when I crashed, when I switched my weapon, there was a save? Because I just don't think that's true. If that's what your interpretation was. It says so bottom left. Oh, it... What? Oh, you're right. Wait, is that just not when you open the... Oh, you're right. Okay. Okay. Interesting. The game autosaves constantly. One guy was right.
Dangerous.
Oh, wait.
Ice, shut!
Jesus! I guess healing didn't really matter, did it? This? Oh, okay.
This one looks dangerous. A storm is coming.
Oh. Well, yeah, it is hard to parry.
This one looks dangerous.
Oh wait, shit.
Ready to
Is he
evade.
gonna get? Oh yeah, I was. It's fine. It's parry practice. Up too early. Okay, so the thing is, I want to... Wait, well, if I'm... well, let's find out. I don't know if I can make use of marking shot on my own, or if it needs to be done with, like, a teammate. Like, after my turn is done and maybe gone, but... Well, actually, I don't know. I think he's close to being stunned.
For those who come up.
He has another attack, but he hasn't been using it.
I won't waste this.
Okay.
Lightning strike.
Oh, good thing I rezzed, I guess.
Chroma is flowing.
Oh.
Feel the burn. Ready to evade.
He's attacking quickly. Oh, I got it. Nice. Oh, you don't get XP on the character if they're down. I see. Augmented attack, increased base attack damage. Ah, we probably want that on this guy.
This will be useful.
Level 2. There's a dodge. Yeah, but that's lame. And you don't get damage when you dodge. Dodging is slow. You need to parry every single hit of a combo in order for it to... oh, I forgot to use my potion. Whoops.
Let the ink flow. Feel the burn.
That's not gonna be enough. Shit.
The storm is coming. Ice shatter.
Oh, you fucker. Poor Gustav.
Nice.
Nice. I mean, you still get some XP though if they're dead, so that's nice. You don't get completely like screwed.
Something's wrong with it. Why isn't it attacking us?
Well, it certainly attacked them. An expedition journal. 81. Learn from the ones who came before.
And lay the trail for the ones who come after.
Expedition 81, René. Huge discovery. This is the first Nevron with whom we've been able to communicate. It seems stuck in this cave. Gregoire is, as usual, deeply suspicious. but this could change our entire understanding of Nevrons and the Patrons.
Oh, and she did, and she's dead.
They communicated with a Nevron.
The dead here don't disappear like in Lumiere. Their chroma stays inside their bodies.
On the beach, some did disappear.
He wasn't a Nevron.
Something about the way Nevrons kill seems to affect our chroma.
Perhaps your friend here can enlighten us. It really does speak.
What do you mean, light?
Did you kill these people?
Painted? By the painters? If we bring it light, perhaps we can learn more.
I'm not sure that's a good idea.
The heck is this guy? I must bring forth a flame that lights the path forward. Something flammable then? She marked a path that we must walk, but here I sit in darkness without light. I cannot follow her. Shine, I need to shine. Okay. I need like a torch, I guess, or something. Hey, this lady can do like a fire attack. I don't know. I thought maybe I just need to light him on fire. You take so much damage, it's almost like, is it even worth getting health? But I mean, you do get a good amount of, like, health from... I mean, this is almost a 25% increase. Maybe like 20%. Yeah. More luck. Okay, wait. So the yellow bar that's beneath like the enemy's health, is that their stamina, and then like the break, you can break, like stun them. But I could have sworn I overcharged. Is it, maybe it's just a chance? Because I could have sworn I overcharged when it was full on that boss and it didn't do anything. But maybe it wasn't full.
Flares!
Survivors!
Hurry!
Oh damn, this place looks cool.
Interesting.
Burn on pre-aim shot. Man, when you get late in this game, it probably gets pretty crazy with the Pictos, or rather the Lumina. Because, like, already, I mean, I have 3 slots for Luminas. And you can get even more. I did say late game. Resistant.
Let us stay.
Oh, shit. Well. What the heck is that? Lighter and... It's for the girl? Fire skills cost less AP, increase damage with fire skills, start battle with 1 ice stain. Interesting. Well, it's better, it does more damage. Late in this game. What, why are you, what the fuck is going on? Why are you even still talking about that?
Nice.
Trying to decipher what you meant? I meant that when you get late in the, when you get to the late game, or late in the game, that you're gonna have a ton of different perks and things that you can equip. There's gonna be so much customization for the character. Chad, what the hell?
Let the ink flow.
Oh. No damage.
Interesting.
Dude, we have so many of these catalysts. Wait a sec, so that's where I... I wonder if that's like a shortcut or something.
An advantage.
Dead energy. I mean, we might as well just equip everything that we can. So we can learn it as Lumina or whatever. Oh shit. What's up, Zaz? These guys, this is not good, guys. It's fine, I'm the parry god. And I'm dead. Never mind.
Feel the burn. Ready to evade. A storm is coming.
Ruh-roh. They always dodge, man. Poor Gustav. Shoot them? I did.
Interesting.
Okay, wait, hold on. I want to go across. Let's see what's up this bridge. The game told you about the flyers? Yeah. But like, I don't think you're guaranteed to miss. And the thing is, I mean, I have to generate AP at some point. It's okay. Oops.
We could light something with this.
Oh. Well. Can you teleport? Oh, you can. Fast travel. Nice. The parry timings are pretty tough. Dodge timing seems more forgiving. From my current experience. I'm gonna get a little bit more health. I don't really, yeah, I would say, I guess it's similar to like Liza P. It's pretty precise. At least it feels like it. But some people are saying that it's more difficult depending on the like if you're on the hardest difficulty, which is expert, then the parry timings are harder. Oh, this is an AoE fire attack. Yeah, I'm on expert. I could put that in my title. All right. Oh, so I think the things in the bottom left are the items, like the tonics and the revive. Hello, Nicho. Yeah, I'm never gonna play Persona. Sorry. It's like a... Leo! Oh, what the...
Fuck. It's big.
Somebody I followed was doing a playthrough of Persona for like 3 months straight. So yeah, I'm not playing that game.
I'm ready.
shield blocks 1 hit. Wait, so he has 2 okay, wait, so if I use the assault, can that break multiple shields? It can. I guess I could have shot it, but oh, well, I can shoot the weak ones. Now we burn. Applies 3 burn.
Feel the burn.
The timing on that is not bad at all.
A storm is coming.
So we have 3 burn and we have, okay, so if hold on, I want to see. So this generates, immolation just generates 1. Wildfire generates a fire plus. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna use wildfire. Okay, so now okay, let's see. Wow, we have a lot. The burn is starting to do oh shit. The burn is starting to do a lot. Okay, yeah, the gunshot doesn't do shit after you break. Oh no.
Danger! Take cover!
Fuck's sake. No, dude. Yikes. It's just one of these guys.
Get ready.
Oh, bullshit. Bullshit!
Touch the demon inside me.
Oh, I do nothing. I should have just done a basic attack on this freaking guy. Alright, well. Oh, this does it to random enemies. Right. Okay, let's try this. We have a good amount of.
Strike!
Oh, yeah. Ooh, nice.
For those who come after.
Jeez.
Careful.
Oh, we stunned.
Building up chroma.
Oh no.
Let the ink flow.
Wait, Thunderfall does 2 to 6 hits, so I guess it's. Well, Electrify does 3 hits. Wait, we have 4. Oh. Wait, so we have 2 lights, an electric, and a fire. Stain. Assumes fire to make light. I don't know why people say to shoot. It fucking annoys me. Every time I look at chat, it's just a bunch of people telling me what to do. It's actually so cringe. All right, I'm gonna do the electrify. Critical hits also trigger an additional hit, but my crit chance isn't that high. No regrets. Oh, too early. Oh, fuck.
The storm is coming.
I'm gonna revive him. I want him to get the XP. Oh shit. I think we're dead. No, it's fine. He's just charging up. Alright, let's just get rid of the fucking... Wait, can I... That was good damage. Okay, nice. So we canceled the charge. We have 2 lightning and 2 light. I don't think we have anything that consumes lightning, though. But I mean, we could do Thunderfall again, I guess. Or we could do Wildfire. Oh no. Oh no, is this a fucking DPS check? Oh shit.
I'm ready.
Dude! No! God dang it. That's okay, we're gonna do better this time.
Danger!
Get ready.
I don't know. I'm still not really sure what the best. Electrify is kind of. Maybe we just do the Ice Lance plus Wildfire.
Brace yourselves.
Let's do it again. Oh yeah! There we go. Alright, well now we're overcharged on him. We're gonna do another Ice Lance here. I can break him. Alright, let's...
For those who come on.
Let's stun him. We'll do a lot of damage, and then we can focus on the... Okay, you know what? Let's... Oh, we don't have enough AP, though. Thanks. Oh wait, let's just shoot these guys.
Take him down.
Okay, so if I... Wait, the thing is... Wait, does Wildfire do 1 instance of damage? Oh yeah, it does. Alright, let's try Wildfire here. I mean, it did 351. That's not bad, but... I feel like that's not that high.
Let me help.
So does that apply to both of us, I wonder? Probably should have used that at the start.
Lune, watch out!
Careful. He's building up chroma. Now was our chance.
25%. Well, we should probably just shoot him, I guess. I don't know. I mean, because the thing is, at least now, I don't know. Good damage. Oh, bullshit. Fucking can't. I should have waited. God damn. Don't have enough to overcharge. Oh, I think we can still kill. We can just electrify again.
Thunder.
Oh, it's so close. Oh no. What the hell's going on?
Petrus must fall.
Oh, we won. Okay. I was like... Nice. Successful dodges, 0.
Celebrate later. There'll be others. We should be safe up in the tree.
Yeah.
Holy shit, this is so hot.
Putain, nobody.
Wait, there's a message on the wall. Took mile to the weird corals. Head north, look for a door inside a hut.
Maya.
This doesn't make sense. Who would have written this? It sounds like an expeditioner, but everyone knows to sign their messages.
Yeah, but they might have been in a hurry.
I don't know. Doesn't sound like anyone on the team. What if it's a trap? The man on the beach?
It's a lead. Our only lead. Whoever this is knows Mael. We have to go.
No. Not yet. Protocol is to regroup at the rally point and wait 3 days. This message feels off. If it was an expeditioner, they would have stayed here. Everyone knows the protocol.
Right, but they may have been in danger. Maybe this location has been compromised. Things change in the field.
There's a reason.
Protocol doesn't cover every contingency. You know that.
There's a reason it's protocol. We designed it to yield the optimal result in the vast majority of situations.
Was our entire team dying part of that optimal result? Look, I'm going after Maya. Protocol also states, never move solo. I'll let you choose which protocol to break.
We need to find Shadowheart.
An advantage.
And powerful for 1 turn on base attack. Oh.
Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring.
Oh, critical burn uses 5 Lumina points. I see. So now I have the critical burn in addition. Yeah, okay, cool. Okay. Wait. What the heck is that? Is that just like a transition to another area?
So,
Holy shit.
the message said head north to the weird corals.
And a door in a hut.
Okay, well hold on. There's pathways. I don't know where these go. Is this where is this where I fought the boss? I want the item. Give me the item! I don't think I can make it. Oh, it's like kind of close, but...
Welcome home, Ashen One.
I don't know. Unless...
An advantage.
Oh wait, is this the other? Oh, I see. So zoomed out. Abest Cave. Danger. There's a goat. Honestly, this skill seems good because, I mean, we apply a lot of burn with the lady. So. Is that a ram or a sheep? Wait, that's a... Hello, Mr. Sheep. Think he's aggressive?
Get ready.
Oh my, that's a lot of damage. I'm gonna go. Hey, NM Snack, thank you for the 86 months. This game's really cool so far. I'm enjoying it a lot, honestly. Oh wait, there's a map. Oh shit. Spring Meadows, Abest Cave. Oh, so we're... Okay, so the objective is find male and search for a path through the flying waters. Okay, let's see. What is this other spot up here, though? Looks like there's another portal, maybe?
An advantage.
Oh, can I not jump? No. I need like better AoE. Oh shit, I didn't freaking heal.
Let me help.
I probably should have shot them. I kinda fucked up.
Get ready.
This isn't good. Oh, maybe we're fine. Where is this? I guess it's just on the other side there. Can I sneak? Shit. That's not good.
Ready to evade.
Sure. Oh no. Well,
Ready to evade.
I'm dead. Okay, I gotta say, that's like such a weird attack. I mean, just because he's like not even close to you. I thought he was gonna like charge at me or something. Oh, I didn't heal. Well, whatever. It doesn't really matter, I guess. You're done for, buddy. Oh, I can't do him. Take him down. Nice.
Interesting.
We're going to the beach.
Fuck off! Fucking hell! Fuck!
So I'm gonna do a little stretch. Hey, like my character's doing. He's stretching as well. Alright, I am back. There's a no rest for the Wicked update tonight. Oh, really? Oh.
It's been a long...
It's next week? Oh, okay.
I'm sorry about earlier. The beach was not your fault.
I do kind of want to play some more Mistfall Hunter with Lobos a little bit.
I convinced Alan to land there.
Though, I guess we'd only have like an hour to play, but...
So, we can rest a bit. But, the moon is bright. I want to keep moving.
Have you learned nothing from the beach?
No, I am not leaving Mael alone a minute longer than I have to.
But right now, it's just the two of us, and I don't want to bring Mael your corpse. We have to think every step through.
Is it possible
The
to
man on
get
the beach,
laid
you
in this
saw what he
game?
did. But more than that,
I don't know. Maybe.
you saw his face.
I'm a little doubtful, but...
He must be what? 50? 60? Yet he survived the Gommage. We don't know who we're dealing with. We lost everyone in an instant.
Exactly! He killed us all so easily, he doesn't need to fake a message. Lucien. Lucien died to save me. And Tristan. Margot, they all... I am not letting Mael die out here. I'm taking her home.
What? No, no, no! We have a mission!
Oh, fuck the mission! Fuck the mission, Lune! What are we gonna do, huh? Tell me. What are we gonna do? We're gonna take down the paintress, just the three of us?
Yeah.
My
I think
gun
so.
and your sparks?
I didn't take you for a coward.
I'm not a coward.
You swore the oath. When one falls, we continue.
Yes, I know.
When one falls. When one falls. Not if. When. We knew not all of us would make it. But we continue. As long as even one of us stands, our fight is not over.
But I'm not afraid to fight, it's just Mael, she's...
Mael swore the same oath.
I know that!
She chose her life. You and I... Come on, we always said the future of Lumiere is more important than
Any individual life, yes.
Do you still believe that? Do you still believe that? Do you?
I hope I do.
Fuck the mission. Really?
Sorry.
Oh, right, we're at the camp. Can rest and converse with your party members. Oh, speed makes the character play more often. I don't know, health does seem pretty valuable, I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of hard to say. I mean, luck gives you a lot of speed as well. Also gives crit. Agility gives defense, though. I don't know. All the stats are honestly they all seem pretty good. Like, yeah. Get a little bit of agility. Oh, so wait. I think I understand. Actually, maybe not. I don't know. I'm curious what the sword with the letter next to it means. Maybe that was like in the tutorial and I wasn't paying enough attention. I assume it's some kind of like scaling, but I was thinking, you know, the scaling for the stat might be better. But because it's a sword, main stats for their weapon types. But your attack power only goes up if you increase might. Actually, that's not completely true, I guess. Wait, no, you're right. I think you guys are right. Yeah, no. Okay, wait, I see. I see. You're right. Ooh, Rebirth seems good. It consumes 3 though. Wow, this is like AoE heal. Dang. Got a weapon for her? You mean the one that I already equipped? Right in the journal. He writes about how dangerous the Nevrons are, but how beautiful the continent is. He hopes that one day his apprentices will read everything he wrote.
For those who come after.
The main continent. Hard to believe we're finally here.
Yeah.
Good night, Gustav.
Night. What's over here? Time for bed. All right. Oh yeah, wait a sec. Hold on. Going back to the camp. I thought I'm able to use, maybe it's at the flag. Yeah, there's oh yeah, there's also the resin with that guy in the fire. Shoot. I think we can go back though. We have color. How do I use this fucking color of Lumina? Or wait, chroma catalyst can use it camp to upgrade weapons. Is there like a blacksmith? Maybe I don't have it yet. I guess I probably need to like unlock somebody. All right, let's go. Oh wait, what is, can I interact with this? Oh. Okay. I want to go back here because we still, I kind of spaced out and forgot, but there's that, the NPC that needs our fire still. Maybe here? Indigo tree is the one I was just at, yeah. Here you go. Jar. Gone are the days when I wandered in darkness. Soon I shall shine. Light it, help me shine, make me complete. Very precise shot, perhaps? Oh, wait. There you go. Ooh, this light! Long have I awaited this light. I must join the others. Lead me, mistress. For the future shrouded in darkness. You have to tell us more. Will please, mistress. Capture light. My light, I caught only a glimpse. What was that about? I felt my mistress guiding me. I could almost hear her. I must have more light to understand what she asks of me. Shine, I need to shine once more.
What did it mean by light? Let's keep an eye out for other Nevrons like this one. We might learn something.
Attack? Oh. I mean... Does he give us anything else? Maybe we should fight him. He might be really strong. Why am I fighting him? I don't know. He's really strong anyways.
Ice shatter. Ready to evade.
Dang it. Oh.
Let me paint death!
Ice shatter. Brace yourselves.
Are you gonna spin again? No. Ah.
Chrome is flowing.
No, dude. What? No way! I missed that. Oh shit.
Chrome is flowing.
We'll wildfire again. More burn. Burn!
I'm ready.
Why am I consistently better at parrying with Luna? I don't know, man. I don't know what it is. Should I have killed this guy? I don't know. The thing is, she said like we should look out for more of them. don't know. Side quest ruined. No unique loot, you should have let him be. I don't know, I'll be honest, I feel kind of bad now. Well. Load previous saves. Oh, you can just go back. Look at that. I don't think there's anything more to him though. I don't think you go back to him. But maybe? I don't know. Kill the thing that didn't attack us? Yeah, but maybe he would have given us big XP. Honestly, he didn't give us that much XP. Wait, hold on. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna go back. You get to live, buddy. What the... Yeah, I'm on the hardest difficulty. Chat. Alright, leave Ducky alone, chat. Alright. Have you been playing this, Justin?
'68. Elodie's expedition.
You know the commanders of every expedition.
Expedition 68. Their boat was blown into the air by a storm. Lumiere lost sight of it, but assumed they crashed on the continent.
And they survived. The storm, at least.
All right, let's keep moving. We found the weird corals. Mael must be close by.
On the third boss, nice. Yeah, I'm really enjoying this game so far.
Well, that will help.
Apply shell when falling below 50% health. Yeah, the builds, man, once you get further into this game, the builds probably get so crazy. Because between the Pictos and the Luminas, you're going to be able to have so many skills equipped. Paint cages contain rare loot. To unlock the cage, find its 3 locks and shoot them. Oh. We're God of Warring now. It's the God of War chest. There's a damage cap. Hmm. Well, that was pretty easy.
Interesting.
Oh shit, okay. That's nice. So we have 2 heals now. Awesome. That's the shard, yeah. Just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Just going in circles though.
Wait. They're wrong. Looks like a different species.
Doesn't matter. They're between us and Maya.
So you can... I probably could have just skipped that enemy. Not that I want to, because I want to get level ups and stuff, but... I don't really know, like, what a good combo is. I almost wish she had the marking shot. I don't know, we just need to get more skill points, I think.
A storm is coming.
Did I try Lords of Fallen 2.0? No.
Get ready.
It's not bad. I thought he was gonna do like 2 quick attacks. Played 2.0. Yeah, the thing is, the boss, like, I mean, I thought Lords of the Fallen was okay, but the bosses are all kind of ass. Maybe they've made the bosses like better and more difficult, but I don't know. I honestly felt most of the boss fights were like really, really easy. Let's see, what about this from fire ability? Which, that's okay. Burn is pretty... Burn is pretty good.
I'll do it.
Ah, dang it.
Lightning, strike!
Holy shit. Okay, wait. I think these guys are weak to thunder or something. That seemed pretty good.
We can use that.
Apply mark on a free aim shot. Oh, that's interesting. Oh yeah, so the higher level Pictos also give more like base stats. And I assume the higher level ones also take more Lumina too. Cause yeah, dead energy is only 2, burning shots is 3. But like, yeah, the higher level ones, empowering attack is 10. Is that, wait, is that augmented attack? Oh no, that's this one. Oh, that's only level 1 though. But it still requires 10, so maybe it doesn't quite work that way. I don't know. It's kind of confusing, actually.
Be careful.
Oh shit. Hey Yanni, thank you for the 4 months. Thank you, man. Oh, we could probably blow them up. Oh yeah. Wow, these guys give a lot of XP. These are just like free. These guys are like literally free kills, man. Like boom, boom, boom. What the? Early game farming spot? Yeah, no freaking kidding.
An advantage.
Although there's no flag here. So I guess respawning them would be kind of annoying. That guy got marked. That does a lot of damage with this shot, actually.
Let the ink flow.
And sometimes it's best just to like shoot, I guess. Dude, why this area is like so easy. I'm just like destroying everything. This is actually just like free XP.
Advantage.
For now, yeah. Okay, yeah, I mean... This is free XP, man. Free XP balloons. I find the animation of just flying around is so satisfying.
Slow down. We don't know what's inside yet.
It still doesn't, okay, yeah. So like, this is C scaling, but even 6 points in health is only 1 damage. Well. I mean, I guess I can get recovery. She has 3 points. I might wait for Mayhem. That seems pretty good. Consumes all stained steel high elemental damage. If I do a marking shot and then I use this, it'll do like... Yeah, I feel like that's gonna be really good. You know what, I'm gonna go see... Let's just see. If we go back there, can we... Well, I guess there might be more of the bomb guys up here anyways. Wait, did I not rest? I always forget to rest.
Look, there's a door inside.
Seems empty. Let's go. Someone lives here.
Well, that's awkward. Oh shit. We're in the frickin' Resident Evil mansion.
Where are we? This is...
The manor. I wonder if I'm... Okay, yeah, I cannot fast travel from here. I had a feeling I wouldn't be able to, but... Oh, locked door, shortcut. This is a cool zone. It's a lot of locked doors, it seems. Let me in. Oh.
My head?
I feel like maybe she's not real. Oh, maybe.
Gustav? Are you real? Well, you sure smell real enough.
No, I don't. I'm sorry. I thought that you... On the beach, I saw you and I couldn't, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I should have, I should have come for you, and
It's okay. It's okay.
I was worried.
Made it.
How did you end up here?
I don't know. It's all a blur. I remember everyone at the beach. Then I woke up here. With him. He's been helping me a lot. He reinforced all my pictos.
What is he?
I'm not sure. He doesn't really talk.
The chroma around him. It's quite different from the Nevrons.
Okay.
How did you find me?
There was a message at the Indigo Tree.
Do you know who left it?
A mess?
Wonder what skills she has. It's level 5. Malum. Oh, she's got like a short sword. Oh, well, you can have the ones that we're not using, I guess. Might as well. Low single target damage and applies defenselessness. Medium single target damage, increased damage to marked targets. Okay, nice. Our mark can be used by melee as well. Defensive stance applies 2 more burn. Okay.
Maybe. No. I don't know.
Where the hell am I supposed to go? Oh, can I actually play the piano? Wait, this is where I came in. No, it's not where I came in. No, I came in. Fucking hell, where? Okay. Alright, well. Oh, this guy's here. What's up, dude? It's kind of creeping me out, man.
Again. We just trained earlier.
This time I have backup.
Alright. But this time I have backup.
Attacks announced with a jump flare must be jumped. What? Oh, wait. Oh, oh, you can jump. Oh, shit. Jump counterattack. Oh, that's fucking sick. You can jump too. Okay. How much damage does my... Not much. Alright, let's mark him.
Ice shatter.
Oh, skills change your battle stance. Defensive stance takes less damage and gain AP per parry or dodge. Defensive stance deal more damage but take increased damage. Virtuos deals a lot more damage. What? Why wouldn't you? Well, maybe the virtuos stance is like hard to get. That seems like the best. Switching to a new stance gives AP. Switch between stances without interruption to maximize your skills effect. I need 5 AP for the other one. Wait, Virtuoso stance costs 2 AP. So I need 7? Oh wait, if it's marked, I only need 2 AP then? I don't know. Or no, if you're in Virtuous Stance, it only costs 2 AP. But I don't know how to enter that stance. I guess I can't yet. That was good.
Wow, thanks.
Yeah, I fucked up, chat, alright?
Not looking good.
the end of the turn, she'll revert to stanceless unless she uses a skill that switches to a different stance or uses her base attack. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh shit. I tried to jump, it's just the time, it was so fast, man. The timing is so... God damn it. Yeah.
Feel the burn.
Guess this'll...
Let the ink flow.
This doesn't look as cool as pairing. Well, I don't have a choice.
That was fun, but I think we've had enough training today. You could come with us if you like. If that's a yes, we'll see you at the camp.
All right.
We should go to the manor and maybe learn something.
Yeah, or we could get back to the indigo tree.
Neko's usually here. I wonder where...
Is that a gestural?
Stop that, you big hairy brush face. Can't you see they're human? Neko's a bit dramatic, but if you're nice, Neko will trade you lots of useful items for chroma.
I've been collecting a lot of chroma.
So the tales are true. Perhaps the grandest in the SKA exist too. Are there more gestrals like you? I'd love to meet them.
Koko, you silly scruff. Their village is not far from here.
Oh, really?
Lune.
I know. Don't have time for detours.
Yeah, we need to get to the paintress.
There's another sea between here and the paintress.
Noko, as the best gestural merchant ever, I bet you know a solution, yeah? Come on, you broomhead, I know you know.
Well, I guess you'll get to meet more gestrals.
All right, what's he got for us? Gestural merchants travel across the world offering rare and powerful artifacts in exchange for chroma. However, their most powerful items are reserved only for the mightiest warriors. Press the merchant by defeating them in a duel to access their secret inventory. Oh, shit. Okay. Interesting. Fight the merchant. Or Gustav. Oh, Jesus Christ. Nice. Honestly, we could probably just... we might be able to finish this already.
Let me paint death!
Nice. You got, bud. Exposing attack. Base attack applies defenseless for 1 turn. Okay. Sure, I will buy that. I don't know. I mean, I can buy these. I can afford it, but I don't know if I should. Oh, I don't know. I mean, it's what? 5,500? Oh, we have 2 base attack. Like, it's good to do base attacks on this character because I have the augmented one as well. And it also generates AP, I guess. I guess you just have to go to the right. I have 3 points. I mean, I guess I can put that on. Man, the builds that you can do in this must get... I know, sorry, I know I've said this a few times, but must get pretty crazy. Should you get this game or Oblivion? I would say get this game. Screw it. Well, Oblivion's on Game Pass anyways, isn't it?
These dead
Is this game also on Game Pass?
Yes.
So you didn't just stay in your mansion.
Yeah, so that's a steal. I don't think I can level her up, guys. Oh, wait, no, I can. Never mind. Never mind. We'll get her to 10. Give her some luck. Her attack power also scales with health, so that's nice. She also has 3 skill points. Oh, switches to the stance if target is burning. Okay. That's actually pretty good skill, I think. Deals low single target fire damage. Target becomes weak to fire damage for 2 turns. Oh, really? Weak to fire. That's... Can just do like so much fire. Fire seems kind of crazy. I wonder if there's a limit to how high the stacks can go.
This will be useful.
Thoughts on the game so far? It's really good. I'm really enjoying it.
Guess we found 68's boat.
There's a path through the boat.
That anchor doesn't look man-made.
Yeah, let's do wildfire and burn them, and then she can use swift stride. Oh god. Oh, I'm okay. Die. Rularum. Those fire. Critical hits apply burn, base attack applies 2 burn. Okay. Interesting. 100% crit chance while stanceless. Level 20. Level 20? Wait, is that like... Is that weapon level? Like you can upgrade it? I guess so. Damn, that's like really far ahead of time. Or that's gonna take... It's gonna be a long time before we get anywhere near that. Because, I mean, the current materials we have only upgrade our weapons to 3. Oh, we got a bomb. And that does so much damage. Oh, why did I do that? I should have... Well, whatever, it's fine. It's okay. I'm pretty sure almost everything's just gonna be dead before they can do anything anyways.
Spill some ink.
Do I have anything that does... Damn. That was a lot of XP. I find it funny though that you get more XP for not taking damage. Like, the better you play, the more rewarded you are, and the worse you the worse you are, the more you get punished. I mean, you could obviously just farm, but it's just kind of funny. Oh, whoops. That's not good. Well, I guess letting them attack, I mean... almost. Oh, right, I'm getting AP. Oh man, that's funny. Like, I'm getting AP when I kill an enemy, so I can just keep shooting. I don't know which way to go. There's like so many different ways to go here, dude. I don't think we're cheesing this one, guys. Unless... Okay, I'm gonna stop.
We can do something.
Oh. Oops. Hmm? Oh. I'm blind.
Perfect.
50% increased free aim damage. Honestly, we probably put that on... We do use free aim a good amount, because then we can just free aim and then use our base attack afterward. Yeah. The SOS shell effect is kind of whatever anyways.
Fuck off! Fucking hell! Fuck!
Oh! I'm okay. Yo, Auntie, thank you for the 73 months. No, I don't have access to the Dune game. Also, Castigator, thank you for the 42 months, and Hams, thank you for the 92 months. Hello? Doesn't seem threatening. It's clinging to a metal chain. Doesn't it usually carry a mine with it? What if we were to give it one? Let's leave him. Not gonna be a murder hobo. And there's probably a mine down here. Yeah, I gave fire to the jar guy. And then I murdered him. But I reloaded because I felt bad about it. I don't know. I don't see anything. But I might also... well, wait, hold on. I think there's platforming. Oh, shoot.
Nice.
Oh, nice. Here you go.
It said something.
Ooh, a new weapon. Oh wow, it seems really good. 79 power? Heck yeah. I like that they all have different... The weapons have models and everything. Are we bothering it? This could be bad. I don't know, I don't want to kill him. I mean, I'm like tempted, but... I don't think he's gonna give us anything else. But he gave us a weapon, yeah. Does it give you a different weapon if you complete it with another character? I don't know. Probably not.
It's forging something. So they have intelligence.
Whoa. Does he have pants on? Hey, Walgo, thank you for the 7 months. Does he have a weak point? Well.
A storm is coming.
Get ready.
Damn it. That's okay. Wow, 630. Damn. Oh no. Oh shit. Nice. Take him down.
Lightning, strike!
Ooh, cruel ram. Frost sword. It's got coral on it. Oh, I did.
Great.
I did miss the catalyst. Luck. I don't know, critical hits seem like really good. But I don't know. Everything, all the stats seem pretty good. Honestly. I'm gonna just save up points. Well, I have to save up points. Okay, we can get Mayhem now. I'm excited to try this. Is this worth getting? I definitely think so. What did I just get? %50 increased break damage on base attack. Well, she has decent base attack. Or she had something that improved her base attack, I think. Right. And then we can just equip Dodger. So you can only go to the camp when you're in the overworld, it seems. You never dodge? Yeah. So what? Parrying is cooler. Because when you parry, you do damage. Nice. When you dodge, you don't do damage. The dodger thing only uses 1 point anyways. Oh no. I don't think I got first strike here. Oh, maybe it's fine. Let's just try to kill this guy first.
Let us stain them. Take cover!
Oh no. I tried to parry, but then I realized, yeah, whatever. I tried to jump, but I couldn't. I was still in like the parry animation. Alright, he's marked. And now we're gonna spark. And then we'll immolate. Oh. The burn does so much. We all leveled up. Nice. Oops.
Well, that will help. Well, that will help.
2 AP on dealing damage to a marked target. I guess this would probably be better on Luna, the Loon. It's okay.
Interesting.
Is there anything over here that I missed? No, I think we're good.
Expedition 68, Elodie. It's a miracle any of us survived. We were caught in the maelstrom and flung from wave to wave. We lost the moon and the stars, condemned to a never-ending darkness of punishing rain and raging clouds. The Paintress sent a storm to overcome us. But it is we who have overcome the storm. After surviving that, crushing those Nevrons was almost an afterthought. Strength and resilience, it's how we survived that storm. And it's how we grabbed victory. It wasn't even a battle. It was an ink bath. We squeezed those Nevs dry. But this new one looks tougher than the others.
Okay, this might be the main pathway then, if we're getting the expedition log here. See what's down here. Oh, there's a spirit chest.
This will be useful.
You know, it's funny though. Like, is that climbing? The climbing animation, it kind of feels like it's just like a slightly modified version of like the Unreal Engine, like the default UE, like climbing. Maybe not though. Just it reminds me of like the Only Up character. Oh shit. Jeez, this is kind of sketch. This is like triple jabs. I don't have like any AoE. Oh man. That was very good.
A storm is coming.
Thunder! Let's spill some ink.
This is not going great, guys. Oops. Well. Right. Okay, wait, this guy might. Nice. Okay, he might jump. Oh, nice. That was lucky. They all did that. Actually, I should probably... I want to try the mayhem, but... I guess we'll just do spark on this guy.
Flames on me.
It's not bad damage. I should have given... I want to use Mayhem, damn it, it's 3 AP though.
Get ready.
Alright, let's see. How much damage does Mayhem do? Pretty good amount.
Well, that will help.
+1 revive. Oh, okay, so I can revive twice during combat, I guess. Cool.
So many. I don't like this.
Oh shit.
Merde. This one is gigantic.
Avoid those at all costs.
Oh.
We can just...
Hello.
Take him down.
Oh, you know, I bet burning this guy is probably quite good.
Get ready.
Oh. Jeez.
Not looking good.
That's not good.
Thunder!
Probably should keep applying fire.
Flames on me! Parry it!
Ah.
A storm is coming. Feel the burn.
On guard!
I don't know if the...
My sword is death! Parry it!
No. Well, you can't hit me if I'm dead. This guy is so strong. Am I like... I thought you could like break his wall, but maybe you have to do like enough damage.
Mael, look out!
Maybe you need to do the counter on him, and I haven't hit that yet. Oh my god, man. Use overcharge. I didn't have enough AP. Also, shut the fuck up, you backseating bitch.
For those who come after.
Sorry I failed. Let the ink flow. Prepare.
Boom! Holy shit! Oh, nuts.
I'll do it.
Oh, yeah! You're not killing me, buddy. It doesn't matter really what I use, he's fucking dead.
Lightning strike!
Nice. Oh, new outfit. Short hair. Do I have any outfit for Loon? No. No deluxe edition outfits. Is there even a deluxe edition for this game? Alright, I'm gonna go to the flag thing real quick. Oh, Jesus. We don't really have anything that consumes electricity, so there's really no point in me having Electrify at the moment, I think. Honestly, I probably would have bought the deluxe edition had I didn't even know. I don't know, I just bought the game this morning. Or no, it was actually I just bought it during the stream today when after Oblivion fucked me over. Fucking Todd. Guy seems pretty tanky. Oh, Earth Rising does damage to all enemies. And slow him down. So
my sword is dead.
What? Oh.
Careful, Maya.
I need to res her. Oh wait, I can't res her because she's eaten. Jesus. Well, goodbye. Still alive. Well, I can't overcharge.
Okay.
Get ready.
For those who come after.
Oh. Got her back. Let's get the burn stacks going.
Can do it.
She's stanceless, but fuck it. I'm just gonna use Spark anyways. Okay, well, back in the hole we go, I guess.
Blades on me. Ready to parry.
All right. Oh yeah.
Not looking good.
Take him down.
Fire! Look out!
On me.
Boom.
Let me take this!
Oh, nice. We stunned him, so he spit.
This will hurt.
I think. Let's go back to offensive so we can increase the... I should have marking shotted. Well, whatever. Yeah, because if I... Oh, if I marking shot, I get 2 more burns with immolation. Oh, that's okay.
Okay.
Alright. Huge burn stacks. Oh, yeah.
Take him down.
Oh, I can't immolate, though.
Blades on me.
Get ready.
Oh, that's okay.
Take him down.
That was a cool fight. That was tanky. Oh, so what? I got a weapon, a recoat, a skin, increased counterattack damage. We'll take off empowering attack and put on the augmented counter. Oh, it gives 90 HP. Interesting. Nice. Honestly, I thought I was a goner there, but he can only eat one party member at a time, I guess. And at least you can get them back out. Apply defenseless to all enemies. Reapplies current stance and gives 2 to 4 AP. None of my skills use that much AP at the moment, though. Like the most that I have is this one, which uses 5. I mean, it does. If I'm in Virtuoso stance, it only costs 2 AP. Also does more damage to marked targets, but I wonder like how, yeah, it's like this one, yeah, 9 AP for the sword ballet. I'm sure it hits hard. I feel like burn is really good though. Oh, this is applies. Oh, it's wow. This applies 6 burn, and if you're in defensive stance, it applies two more burn per hit. So what? It can do 10 burn with Rain of Fire. I'm all in on the burn build. Like we can apply so much. Like if I marking shot and then I immolate, I can marking shot, immolate, and then do that, and it's like 15 frickin' stacks of burn instantly. Oh yeah, I did get a new weapon. Or... I don't know. The thing is, this one scales with luck, so I think it's better with our current build because we have like a decent amount of luck level ups. So yeah, we have 3 defense, 11 luck. This other one is Vit and defense. Well, I guess we have 13 Vit, so it's like actually kind of equal. I'm not sure. I mean, it looks kind of cool. All right, hold on. Give me a moment, chat. I will be right back. I need to like figure out what I'm doing for dinner. I'm pretty hungry, so I'll be right back. Bro is always hungry. Yeah, I kind of like eating food. Makes me feel not starving. I might actually call it a night here, guys. I've been streaming for 7.5 hours anyways. I mean, and the first hour and a half of the stream was just stalling, I guess. Well, I blame Oblivion, but yeah, this game is awesome. Honestly, I don't know. Maybe I'll still try to get the Oblivion save file, but I'm really enjoying this game. I will say the game doesn't seem too difficult overall. Like, there really hasn't been that many fights that have been that much of a struggle or anything. But yeah, the game's it's really satisfying. I like the builds. The game just looks beautiful. It's yeah. It's a yeah, I know I'm in the beginning, but copy your save to this computer, then sync the cloud. Well, yeah, but that requires me to get the save file. Yeah, I'm feeling kind of tired, and Larks isn't feeling well anyways, so I'm gonna go like hang out with her for a bit, I think, and go get some dinner. Yeah, thank you all for watching, guys. Get one of your parents to get it off the desktop. Yeah, I mean, you act like that's some like super simple thing to do. Just a suggestion. Well, thanks. I mean, I can think for myself. I know. I'm not sorry. I'm just gonna stop. Yeah, thanks for watching, everybody. I'm gonna go get some dinner.